It feels like a perfect night. Breakfast at midnight. Phone love with strangers. Oh yeah, we're happy, free, confused, and lonely at the same time. It's time. Uh-oh. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be alright if you keep me next to you. You don't know about me, but I bet you want to. Everything will be alright if we just keep dancing like we're 22. 22. It seems like one of those nights. This place is too crowded. Too many cool kids. It seems like one of those nights. We ditch the whole scene and end up dreaming instead of sleeping. Yeah, we're happy, free, confused, and lonely in the best way. It's miserable and magical, oh yeah. Tonight when we forget about the heartbreaks, it's time. Uh-oh, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be alright if you keep me next to you. You don't know about me, but I bet you want to. Everything will be alright if we just keep dancing like we're 22. 22. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be alright if you keep me next to you. You don't know about me, but I bet you want to. Everything will be alright if we just keep dancing like we're 22. Dancing like we're 22. Dancing like we're 22. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and check out my original music videos as well. Bye. You guys can click this square to God of creation, there at the start, before the beginning of time. I threw a wish in the well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I looked at you as I fell, and now you're in my way. I trimmed my soul for a wish, pennies and dimes for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, but now you're in my way. Your stare was holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing, hot night, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, baby. But here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me. But here's my number, so call me maybe. You took your time with the call, I took no time with the fall. You gave me
Dude.
nothing at all, but still you're in my
Hold on, let me mute my stream for a moment. Let me call you back in about 5 minutes. Sort of, but no. I'll talk to you in about 5 minutes. All right, bye.
Hard to look right at you, baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. And all the other boys try to chase me, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Before you came into my life, I miss you so bad, I miss you so bad, I miss you so bad. Before you came into my life, I miss you so bad, and you should know that, so call me maybe. Picture perfect memories scattered all around the floor. Reaching for the phone 'cause I can't fight it anymore.
Rena, 1 second. Putting out a quick fire here. I accidentally did the Monday tournament. What? Konnichiwa? Hopefully you're still here. Sorry, Arena. I'm just putting out a quick fire, sending out a new notification. God damn it. Let's get this stuff, information here. Copy URL. Yep. It's actually the May Narva's birthday, and let's do copy this link address, put the correct one in the dojo. Well, that had to happen sooner or later. I forgot that it was Friday. May Narva. Send out a new tweet and hopefully people won't be too offended. Send out a message here. Good. At least we'll get the correct number of people in the... Oops. I sent that by accident. The tweet information. We have that information, we have that information. Let's send out the correct information to the regular dojo if we can. Probably our last one for that one. Yeah, the Vidit's birthday isn't until Monday. Caspa Negra. Hopefully you can get this message to withdraw from the Monday event, unless you're going to be there, obviously. You will be paired. Good morning. I'll send you the link here. Fortunately, the Rapid and Classical's right here. I saw you played, or at least I haven't looked, but you played Dragon Emperor yesterday. That is the correct place to join the dojo for Rapid and Classical. I need coffee as well. Oh man, I've been making mistakes hand over fist this week. I'm overworked. Oh, how are you doing? Good afternoon indeed. Sam Thomas John, good morning. Thank you for the follow. Let's see, we got the tweet out, got the Discord out, we got the message to members of the dojo out. Hats on for me. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Where is my hat? Oh. Go with a slightly lighter hat. Slightly lighter, looser hat. Had to pull down the shades. The sun is blaring in at 8 a.m. Nice. I need to clear. I cleared the rear area to a certain extent, but I have to actually finish clearing my desk and the area to my left. You can see the rest of my office on intermission time as I'm about to go for so over here I have all the great players, and on the other side of the great players in that bookcase I have end games, middle games, tournament books, and tactics. To my left, these are all everything to the left of this window is all the books, chess books organized by author in middle games and other assorted approaches to the game. And in the far wall behind me are all the opening books and compilations such as New and Chess Yearbooks, Chess Informants most importantly, and the Grandmaster Opening Repertoire Series, as well as the Move by Move on openings that I might have collected, the Secrets of Opening Surprises. And the bookcase in the rear on that side, for the most part, is the remaining openings that have bled over from the middle of the bookcase on the right. Alright, am I really going to start this? If there's an odd number, I'm going to go for coffee. Nippon Chess Weeb. I like it. I do need a sip of water. Namaste, thank you. Accept challenge 20. Pizza time, then coffee. Yes, you mentioned in the Discord, Ron, a comment for Arena Chan after the contest was over, and I was looking for it. I started to watch, but it was such a long sequence that I did not actually get there. All of it seems like normal, instructional. Bhutan? Nice. If you go around a chess tournament, then I might be able to join you. I don't really travel. I absolutely have considered traveling to the Far East. Absolutely. I have to get most of my other things under control here in the United States as far as the school year goes and whatnot. I can't think of a chess tournament in Bhutan off the top of my head, though, but mostly I travel for chess tournaments.
Pizza Pals will play chess ZZ.
Namaste for the 16 months, Pegasus. Oh, I didn't actually get a chance to check if there were an odd number because I wanted to run for coffee. Maybe I'll do it after this round. If I play quickly. We're playing with an E4 repertoire at the moment. Maybe we'll borrow Arena Chan's Scotch opening for a brief period. Or I might just play my Ruy Lopez, but he plays the Philidor Talpacino. Or some Philidor-based opening. Should I go for the Legals, mate? I don't think I'm not a big fan of placing my bishop on c4. I'm going to stick to our Scotch guns here. Now this is usually a free pawn. I'm not entirely sure about the merits of gambiting in this position. And Tolpacino and I have played this many times. We're going to take a different tack here. A very different tack. Oh no, I didn't get to call somebody. Let me mute myself for a moment while I take this call. How do I mute myself? Hey Kevin, one sec. I'm glad you called back. How do I mute this bloody microphone? Hold on one second. Busy streaming at the same time. Let me just see here. I know what I'm gonna do. I'll put it on that.
轻柔的月光描绘着小巷，淡淡的花香写满了忧伤。湖边长一旁流淌在吟唱，湖面在荡漾，飞来鸟成双。当谈起过往，愁绪无处藏，回忆在回荡，时光被遗忘。现在你身旁有陌生模样，而你早淡忘，只剩我彷徨。轻柔的月光描绘着小巷，淡淡的花香写满了忧伤。湖边长一旁，有他在吟唱。湖面在荡漾，飞来鸟成双。当谈起过往，愁绪无处藏。回忆在回荡，时光被遗忘。
杨花落尽子规啼，闻道路飘过无锡。我寄愁心与明月，随风直到夜郎西。
倘若相逢即别离，迢迢千里无期。此地何时再相遇？
清风起，风将温酒拂去，一腔暖意知心人，酒过半巡成知己。
诗中曲总是难续，当时与他提笔，借离别凄凄。
杨花落尽子规啼，闻道路飘过无锡。我寄愁心与明月，随风直到夜郎西。
倘若相逢即别离，迢迢千里。
Alright, we're back. I'm about to lose to Quadraspassky. Let's see what we can do to redeem ourselves here. That was not really what I wanted to do. So what could he be up to? Knight takes, knight takes, knight takes. We'll cross our fingers on this one because that's all we can do. Egads, folks. Made a small mistake in my Tuesday night league and I'd called one of the other captains and I did not realize that he was so readily going to be calling me back, which was kind of him. How can I evict, eject, take advantage of this? Everything's covered 3 times. How bad can it be? Uh-oh. Rad dude. 1 second. It's on Lee Chess. Announcement said it was on chess.com. No, I would never plug chess.com. 1 second. Let me just untime out. Rad dude. 62,896. Hopefully that worked. Offering him a free pawn for the trouble. What can we do for this guy? I'm just going to grab pawns while I can. I'm losing material, and he's losing material. Dude, you had G5. I'm sorry, G6. Not again, Rad Dude. That wasn't my announcement. I think, oh, wait a minute. Oh, you've got me confused for the other dojo. I'm positive that you do. I'm going to untime out Rad Dude again. What? Untime out. Rad Dude, I am not Chess Dojo Live. Those kids, believe it or not, those kids are, what's the word? Half my age. Chess Dojo Live. Not meaning to plug them, of course. $12? No, I'm not 24, dude. I'm 39. For those of you who haven't heard the rumor, I've known those kids. I was in Crete with Josh Friedel in 2004, and I believe he was in the under 14 section then. You're 22. You are roughly half my age, indeed. No, I wanted to go for coffee. I really wanted to go for coffee. Sahaj, take it easy on me. I'm coffeeless at the moment. I don't know if I should skip this song. What is the audience interpretation here? G4. I'm going to borrow a page from Arena. I'm going to play her opening. So the one major drawback is that white does not need skip. Thank you. Skipping. Go back to Arden Cho, lead actress in the partner track. So the one major drawback, Arena, with this, I will skip you, Jack. This was my standard response to any early and untoward bishop to g5s. Basically everyone makes mistakes. Chess is a game of mistakes, and we are... Uh-oh. Let's lock down on these central squares for a moment, since we're missing our dark square bishop. Good morning, Jack. Let's do a quick shout out for Jack Sarkissian. I am mispronouncing his name. I can only apologize to this earnest and awesome streamer. Well, he's going to let me castle. I'm going to take that opportunity to castle. And we're going to open up the center, as advertised. Well, let's dislodge his king appropriately. And we have more where that came from. I don't mind your knight visiting for a short period of time. Short period of time only. We are going to dig in. Assuming he gives us an opportunity here to really enjoy this position. Now, interestingly enough, I really do want to take more material. Can I take more material and get him? No, let's just eliminate all danger and start regrouping. Yes, we are regrouping. He has a terrible bishop. We're going to develop our pieces accordingly and start scarfing pieces. Should I start trapping bishops? Or does he just lose a lot of time because there's nothing to be done here? Let's keep the lines closed. We're just going to keep some lines closed. Feel free. I might return the exchange here. And now for something completely different. We have two bishops raking down on us. Real mess I've gotten myself into in this position. I am going for coffee immediately after this. Why do I always get the AFKs? Yeah, my rating is so low. It's absolutely ridiculous. Let's do this. And that. Do I want to do it that way, or should I do my original plan? My original plan was to hassle his bishop and try to free up my king at the same time. Will I be in trouble? Let's keep up the pressure. No more bishop pair. Rook takes. Just a brief checkup before I continue on the path of trying to checkmate him. So, moment of truth. Check. Yes, that is completely reasonable. Am I completely in trouble? That is the question. Do we have to draw this game? I think I do have to draw this game. It's unfortunate. It's really sad that I have to draw this game. I overlooked rook f5. What time is the UFC? So now for something completely different. Can I double rooks at all here? Can he escape if he runs toward my rook? He can. Can't believe I had to draw that game. I was enjoying that game immensely. But that's what I get for playing without coffee, right? 7 p.m. UK time. Now I'll be giving a lesson, unfortunately, at that time. I have a brand new student that I'm starting with, and I'm supposed to assess his younger brother as well. You think white is winning? White can't approach my rook because I have 2 extra pawns, and rook to e4 check will pick off the bishop on e7. So though he may get the exchange back, it'll still be lost. We aren't going for coffee. How is Nippon Chess Weeb doing? A draw versus Tal Pacino. Fair enough. We are going to be working on our games very, very seriously, Arena. Well, I'm happy to hear that you're at least 22. I had the impression that you may be just a smidge younger than that. Many people who pick up in their late secondary school years chess, especially over the COVID break. Intermission screen as I run for coffee and message my team about the mistake. I'll be back. Hang in there, Arena. Let me leave the earbud to which the desktop audio is attached. If I leave, then it's going to go a little south.
Glad you came. The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. Somewhere no one else can see you and me. Turn the lights out now, I'll take you by the hand, hand you another drink, drink it if you can. Can you spend a little time slipping away, away from us, so stay with me. I can make you glad you came. The sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. Sun goes down, the stars come out, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came.是怨念一场，不料却越有良相。是 谁情绪的一眼地老天荒，再不问来日方长。雨上苍越发散场，设下我此生时光。谁如愿以偿能毫发无伤，但求你别来无恙。明明是心心念念不忘，偏偏有一副不声不响。身旁的远方冷月如霜，都是守护着倔强的伪装。尽管它世事总是无常，重逢是我对所有的原谅。等到眼短欲收，再与你
So much stuff to do and never enough time. Let's rejoin the arena. Whew. Thank you, Verena. It is great to have you as well. Welcome back. Take care of a couple of things downstairs. What did I do? I dropped my... Aww. Thank you, Arena. Indeed. Let's pull this down just a little bit. We can make our screen just a little bit bigger. Oh, actually, I can't do it on this screen now that I think about it. I have to go back to the non-intermission screen, and it's too low. Future co-collaborator, Arena Chan. Adding some authentic Japanese. Everyone except for Arena. Everyone except for Arena. It is channel voice. No special deals. Alright, now something happened on the way. I think I left something in this room. See something here. I was looking for it downstairs. I thought I'd left something downstairs, but maybe it fell out of my pocket. But I will worry about it later. Oh, my phone is still in my back pocket. Good. Don't send emails under the influence of alcohol is the conclusion that I've gotten from my experience on Tuesday night making a mistake at the end of the night in the wild card draw. Hydrate again. Yeah. So when I left the league on Tuesday night, I had to do a weighted wildcard draw. And I had accidentally announced my own team, it was wishful thinking, as the wildcard draw winner. Not a good idea, honestly. And as it turns out, I had a retained image of our team in a certain place, but when the final standings of the league were out, we were one place lower. And the fellow who called me just before that I had to speak to and apologized profusely because I didn't want him to think that I was doing anything untoward, I announced the wrong team. I bugged up the arena on Wednesday. Yeah, Quadraspassky knows that I did not make it in Wednesday morning, and I could not get Rogan to sub for me, as it turns out. And I should have. What I need is some good NCS covers, Irina. An NCS cover artist. So Jason Chen, Megan Lee, Arden Cho. I mean, she's Korean, he's Chinese. Megan Lee, I have no idea. But I just need a good Japanese cover artist for popular songs. And I'm running these songs for as long as they don't trigger a copyright notice, if possible. I know, and YouTube would be preferable. So, for example, let me just close this for a moment so I can get to it. For example, the next song, let's just see if we can find one. I imported a lot of Asian songs that are non-copyrightable. So, for example, Arden Show does an amazing recreation. Not if it's an individual artist just doing it for YouTube. So, for example, if you want No Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones, and you have an artist that is a local YouTube artist, and they have to do their own music. They can't be karaokeing to the original soundtrack. Next Level Chess Blog. I'm going to check it out. Thank you, Ron. Noel Studer. He does a great job. I've been to this site before, now that I see it. The only one I've been entertaining seriously, though, although this is one that I probably could consider, the Training Planner. I've always wanted to actually do a training planner. And I have been working on my calculation book. Oh, you can call me John Arena. I know your first name. But of course, you don't have to say John. I'm so happy you're in the Discord. It makes communication a lot easier. Immensely and a lot easier. I have to keep an eye on the stream chat because it picks up any comments from YouTube. Yeah, then I got kiboshed, unfortunately. Yeah, if you're not present, the one bug, and I wish everyone would actually contribute to the forum, is that you need a notification when a Swiss game starts. They have arena notifications when you're playing in an arena. So if your game starts, yeah, that's the awkward part about trying to dance around. And I do prefer strong, powerful female singers. Jason Chen is an exception, but he does a lot of duets with artists, and he helps me find other cover artists. What is your ranking in your regional club? I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that. Hold on here, I need to go to my Discord messages. I need to friend you, I think. Perfect. Let's pause this one for a moment while we can. That's awesome, though. Well, the only reason why we might lose to opening mistakes is because we haven't internalized the opening principles. Like, you literally have to internalize, to a great extent, the opening principles to the point where you don't have to think about them. Then they become an integral part of your move selection, move choices, and blunder awareness. People will move the same piece twice in the opening, or leave their king in the center a move too long, or start opening up the center a little too early, such as in that. I'm going to check it out, Quadraspassky. That is awesome. Hold on, let me close that for a moment, since we have a game with Dark Blade. We're still staying with E4, by the way. I have a very unusual line in my lead chess screen, which is not normal. It seems to be related to the width of the screen. Let's go with the King's Gambit against Dragon Emperor. Now the moment of truth. We're going to play rather standard chess, unfortunately. I'm not going to go for anything funny, such as the Muzio Gambit, like knight to g5, where I'm forced to sacrifice a piece or anything. And by the way, Irina, all of my knowledge in the openings, to a great extent, are as a result of... Well, I have to do it this way. Do we wish to trade queens and play against the weakened pawns? Yeah, let's do that. Let's play against the weakened pawns. I was going to put this on a pause and play Irina's cover artist, and then go to Quadraspassky's cover artist. That is a trick. Famous artists covering for other artists. Yeah, I've had a tough time with that. because the nature of their ability to copyright their songs on a whim, both tricky and tedious. Both of those pawns should fall. My dark squares are weakened. We're going to throw in a quick checkup just to make sure that our opponent is completely comfortable with what's happening. And only now will we continue to gain time on our opponent. We're not going to get into that much trouble, though. So far we have the bishop pair, but we can't keep it for long, unfortunately. We cannot keep the bishop pair for much longer. So we're no longer down a pawn. We have the better pawn structure with 2 pawn islands versus 3. Rad dude, I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, if it's live on radio, chances are it has been copyrighted. And subscribe. Indeed. You know what? I don't want you getting any closer. Not one iota closer. I'm going to have to decide what we're going to do about this. Okay. Does that mean that he's stepping out of the pin? Does indicate that. We're going to lock off this bishop in a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a welcome relief. It is a welcome relief that I don't have to worry about yes. He is coordinating his pieces a wee bit better than I. So I'm not entirely pleased about this. But we're going to have to secure his bishop as a terrible bishop. It's like he's uniting his pawns. Why is my time still at 5? Because we play with a 5-second increment on the weekends. That's why it's rapid and classical. Yeah, this is a slow chess weekend, to be honest. It is a slow chess weekend. Now, I don't really want can't play king h3 because of f4. So let's just lock his pieces into place, and we'll reroute our knight to another square. If at all possible. Alright, now the moment of truth. Rerouting our knight. Do we want to be on G5 or F4? We want to be on F4. Ideally, we want to be on F4. But I don't want his knight anchored on E4. Let's say I play knight to D3, knight to E4, knight takes, rook takes. Then I also have knight H3 as an option. I take with check. He has to go somewhere. And on knight H3 he has knight F4, but then his other stuff will be also in the lurch. I don't have time to move my knight and attack the knight on F6 if he plays rook on A to E8 either, so that was a time issue. I agree with you, Red Dude. No, that was a good plan. I did consider that possibility. I also considered the idea of D4 and knight E5, which is probably a better move. I'm going to go for F4, though, to secure my king as well. And if he gives me 2 to 1, I'm going to be able to scarf the pawn on H3 with a little bit of work, because I'll have F3 for my knight immediately afterwards. And I'll have choices that way. One good anchorage square. And as Rat Dude pointed out, the knight on D2 is extremely difficult to get back into the game. So if I take on E8, he has to recapture with the bishop, which could relocate his bishop to a better square. I just want to keep a knight from getting to F3. That's the last straw. If he gets a knight to F3 with check, even after my knight is gone, this could pose a problem. Stronger, stronger, me, myself, and I. All right. So how passive is this position for him? We're going to shimmy our king over to E3 and batten down the hatches on that side as well. So now he's threatening to play E3. Bishop takes C2. I deleted most of the tweets. He does have 2 birthdays. He's an all-around nice guy. So now he's offering me a almost protected pass pawn. His king can come in if I'm not careful. So we're just going to keep battening down the hatches. Oh no! Dragon Emperor, c takes d4, c takes d4, and rook to c8 check. Knight h5 g7 is in the works, indeed, Red Dude. Oh no, the stream title, thank you so much, man. Aren't you a mod? Don't we have I should make Quadraspassky a mod instead of a VIP. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna change it. Stream title. Control C. I'm gonna change it in the Streamlabs, and that way it'll change it on YouTube as well, because that's what I really need to do. Might even send out another notification that I'm live, or create new event. We'll check the YouTube for a moment while we're at it. Thank you, Quadraspassky, for that extra set of eyes. I've gone an entire broadcast with the wrong stream title way too often. Way too often. And let's get back to Ariel's. Sorry, Ava Ariel's. Let's give this one a shot, and once I get it into my lineup, here we go. Once I get it into our playlist lineup, it'll start suggesting songs by this artist. And then I'll be in business. I zoned out and clock it. May, Narva's birthday. I also like to favor lesser known female strong players if I can. Clocked it, British slang. I am, Lina Beza. Must be in retaliation for me beating him with C3 or something. Alright, so E4 openings, A4 could be a useful move. D4 openings. The B4 square is a hole. AKA the B5 square is a hole. So he's playing black here. In a reversed Austrian attack. With perhaps the ever so useful move. That against E4, an early E4. Takes, knight D4. We'll just continue developing and see what he wishes to do. Bishop E7 could be a better move. Lina Beza, a very strong player from the Philippines. He played Rook C8. He does have a very good plan of weakening my white squares, although I would probably prefer that he gets to move queen to b3 in, or weakens those squares in the long diagonal. Can I ignore him? He's threatening to check me with queen to b3 and play c takes b7. So now I just have to weigh up the difference between being up a pawn, taking on a6, and having a weak knight, versus yeah, I'm not going to put my bishop on b7, but I am going to tie down the rook to that square as best I can. We may continue with that was to be expected. C takes d5, knight takes d5. I have to start locking down the center here. Takes. Everything still seems to be a little bit awkwardly placed. And we always have a recapture with a pawn on d4. There's much going on here. The g5 knight needs to be guarded by the bishop. And the d5 pawn is now officially hanging. Yes, it is. This was not a good idea on my part. I'm about to lose to one of my favorite players. Queen takes d5 was not an option. Craziness abounding. Craziness abounding. Oh, I have to check him, but he can just escape. That's terrible that he can just escape. My queen is hanging. My knight is pinned. Everything is bad here. My rook is hanging. All right, let's just in for a penny, in for a pound, folks. In for a penny, in for a pound. All right, we need to return to our regularly scheduled playlist. Let's see here, add to playlist. We did that already. I want to go to the artist. That's a good sign if the original songs are 40 years old. So what is the best way to start to promote this variation? We'll try one last thing here. This was the point. Can he escape? Moment of truth. All right. Unfortunately, I need the Japanese word for covers in order to make sure that some of these are covers. Let's see this one. My opponent. What? It doesn't automatically claim the threefold repetition? What's up with that? Normally, because my draw button doesn't work, by the way. My draw button doesn't work. Let me just check my preferences and make sure that 3-time repetition is automatically selected. Did something get upgraded? Always is on. That's weird. I wonder if it's not always on for him. Let's reload this screen. I was very lucky in that game. My opponent must have taken a liking to me. Whoop. Sorry about that. Which one? Oh no, it's not a cover? It's not a cover. But that's okay. The worst thing that will happen is that it will be muted out. Thank you, though, Arena. My future co-collaborator for getting her into the streaming business. One piece of information at a time. So let's see what happened here for the most part. I need to turn off Zuka Tort's opening, the potato. I don't know, this is very clearly a reversed. If you want to study this opening in the master's database, we actually have to look at E4, D6, D4, Knight F6, Knight F3. I just wanted to see what happens here in the main line. Bishop to G7, Knight F3, castles, and he's down a tempo, but A5, A3 are in, Bishop D3, C5, and D5 and company are already in here. But white wasn't castled. So instead of white castling, it had to be C6, Bishop D3, Let's just assume that it goes like this. Nah, I can't take it anymore. Let's flip this board and look at it properly. Let's just assume that the computer knows that I have a clear advantage in this position. So everything is good up until this moment, and then I got frisky with that lesser known theoretical line. This is where knowledge of the opening is bad. We have had quite a number of affiliate streamers come out of, I shouldn't say quite a number, several. Let's just say several affiliate streamers. SLK Chess, Kingslayer Sloan, let's give Kingslayer his due. Arsenal fan Richie. Oh, how did I spell it wrong? Is it with an E? Hold on here. Oh, I misspelled his name that way. No, I didn't completely spell Arsenal. Arsenal fan Richie, SLK Chess. And there are a couple of others. So E3 is unfortunate. I should just play bishop takes D2. And after queen takes D2, or if knight takes D2, then I can get some sort of surprise on that knight.
Do it!
Oh, E takes D3. Yeah, this is just clearly to my advantage, so he has to play queen takes. But even then, this knight has nowhere to go. Namaste, sound alert. Time from Ron. I haven't given Ron his ultra shout out yet. It's way overdue. And MD Knight Zero, who chimed in on the Discord. Oops, but I have to wait until he arrives. It's for his arrival. Silly me. Let's go back to Ron to erase that one. Alright. Ron, we're playing, huh? I am playing E4. So Red Dude had an opponent who did not show up. After the 10th move, you can quit. Dragon Emperor, mental toughness and grit. That's all I have to say. Mental toughness and grit. Never give up, never surrender, never stop, never give up. Just never stop. That's all there is to it. I'm going to play the classical against Ron rather than the Knight D2 variation. This is a very little and lesser known variation, and my move order sucks. I have to think about this for a moment. The knight on G8. I could run into problems with a little bit of a self-mate, unfortunately. Oh, Dave. There's no pressure on. All right, moment of truth. He's going after my E5 pawn, and I can't stop him. I cannot stop him from going after my e5 pawn. That's a bummer. That's alright, but we can make it a permanent pin. And we can go after the weaknesses of the dark squares, or the light squares on the king side. Blockading those white squares. Ron has always been nice to me. I hope I'm not that nice in return. This is just a repeat of the same verse. I thought the same song was playing again. I am hoping for black to castle king side so that I can play knight to g5 and move forward with Can I go after the h7 pawn or the f7 pawn? Alright, I do want my f pawn in the mix. So this is the way to get the f pawn in the mix. Alright, well he guarded the e6 square. I was threatening nothing. Alright, now moment of truth. We're still doing exactly what we wanted to do. Which is to open up the lines against the uncastled king. All right, so he does have one very important check. Which he's going to get. No matter what. Maybe I should have taken on f6. Because queen takes f6 now would be met by f takes g6. With both knights hanging, it would have been far more interesting. So much is hanging. Threat of mate. Last rook in the game. I feel terrible. I would definitely check your connection. We're still threatening mate, as it turns out, on many, many, many ways, in many different areas we're threatening mate. It was a, what? What in the world was that? I should have read that a little bit more closely as to why the, damn pizza indeed. My draw button doesn't work, by the way. Everybody should notice that my draw button is grayed out. It is not possible for me to offer a draw. The people need to know. Tall Pacino, rad dude. I meant to see who did not move against Rad Dude, because we do have a relative policy against that. Rad Dude, you're up. So the one drawback to having a single screen is Rad Dude has played everything except Rapid, Blitz, and Bullet, and Classical. I'm just going to play E5. Dude, Ovich. One of my favorite songs.
I wanna hear you say you love me, that you just can't live without me, even if you have to lie. I just wanna hear you say.
Now I'm in the classical versus the Pierce slash. This does not bode well for the Queen, I'm afraid. Rad Dude, we're going to work on your internalizing those opening principles. Controlling the center, placing your pieces with purpose, not placing the Queen and Rooks too carelessly. Now I have to actually form a plan. Whenever you reach a position like this, you never really move and see what happens. You do have to form a plan. And I don't want him to play d4 without repercussions. So for example, the knight takes e5. Knight takes e5, d4, knight f3, check concept. This knight does not have a future, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, you don't have to claim the win. Who is your opponent, Arena-chan? I'm sorry. No, you have to go back. What? Rad Dude is after me. He's playing kamikaze chess, I'm afraid. Kazuma Goku 2 is relatively new. I hope it wasn't a rage quit. Sorry to hear that. We're just going to put our pieces on open files. Interesting. In search of creative chess. That's not creative enough, unfortunately. I'm afraid that h2 is being neglected at the moment. That rook was tied down to h2. It has to go back. It does not go back, I'm afraid. So Red Dude, hold on here, we gotta check Arena Chan's opponent. We're gonna check Red Dude's opponent. Goku 2 did not move there. Oh, that's unfortunate, and that's why you got him. He didn't drop out of the tournament. He played one move and left. He had a full point bye. He did play... Oh, Rat Dude did get a game against Dragon Emperor. Let's do a quick little survey here before we take Kazuma Goku out completely. Oh, he is playing Nippon. Good. Kazuma, you're back. Jackboot John is back. We will kick them out of the dojo if they don't move. So I do have to check some of these, like Carlili the Great. Very strong player. Has played before. Maybe an anomaly because they got a half point bye. They probably just didn't realize it. I need to put the notification up here at the top of the... because you have to play 10 moves for a game to be real. In rapid and slow chess, you don't gain rating points if the opponent doesn't show up. Same thing would happen in a tournament game. If you went to a tournament, your opponent doesn't show up or forfeits the game, you don't actually gain any FIDE rating points for that game. So basically, Magnus Carlsen resigning in one move nullified that game. Read again. One moment. Did we ever? I was just seeing if we ever had any read on the thing. Yeah, I think I answered your question. No, the most arenas you gain rating points. Yeah, but it doesn't happen in the Swiss. Pointings. Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh. I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Pegasus. Who would unplug a refrigerator? No, if you resign, you definitely lose rating points. But if someone literally is not present or online, let's imagine that you can disconnect. But that's why I throw them out of the tournament for the most part. I'm happy that he's playing against Nippon. That much is good. But I'm not happy that he didn't make a move against you. So I'm happy that you reported it. It's possible after the first two moves, but one move is not enough. You might be right, Quadraspassky. It might be two moves. I've never actually done it myself, so therefore I haven't tested it. Basically, it has to be a game, and in over-the-board play, there has to be more than one move played, as Quadraspassky pointed out. Yeah, I've lost so many rating points in arenas. Yesterday, I lost rating points in whatever I played yesterday. My favorite event yesterday, one second, let's just go to that one. Did I lose? In the Let's go, Ovid. Chasing Chesscom. Let's go, Ovid. I did. Oh no, I lost to a good player in that one. But there was one earlier in the day when I accidentally started the arena and I failed to get back to the game because I was... Must have been the previous day. The Monacar from Memora. No, it wasn't that one. I did lose to somebody. That one I only played one game in. I was teaching the class. Much of the time when I'm teaching the class, I don't have much room for error. The Marshall Chess Club is the most famous chess club in New York City, or in the world to a certain extent. Magnus Carlsen has been there. All the world champions usually visit the Marshall Chess Club. It is basically Marshall's chess divan. When Frank Marshall played in St. Petersburg, 1914, Caspa Negra, you have to leave that Monday tournament, I think. I accidentally unleashed that one. But I'll decide when he's not there on Monday if I take him out of the tournament. So, Nippon, good luck, Arena. You play the E6 Sicilian. Let's see how we handle A3 for a moment. Basically, I'm giving you the white pieces. And the Scotch game. What? I thought you liked to play the Scotch game. What's up with this? Yeah, you have to play a certain number of established games. Moment of truth here. Takes E5, D5. We're in this line. I'm willing to lose some time in the opening, as it turns out. Watch me get completely toasted. All right, let's barnacle, everybody. I'm up a pawn. There's no knight discovery check. Yes, Arena, this is the case. Internalizing those opening principles. Not knowing the openings is not an issue. The issue is internalizing the opening principles so that no matter what the position, basically your opening IQ. Sir, this is a Wendy's. The color of peace speaks for itself. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex Ongo. I really do not know what you're talking about. Sir, this is a Wendy's, as Quadraspassky pointed out. I'm here trying to simplify this course of opening. Trying to simplify this thing. I'm up 2 pawns. Bishop pair. Do I grab more pawns? I should not grab more pawns. But I do wish to put my bishop on the long diagonal. Wise guy, eh? Namaste. And now for the moment of truth. Fascinatingly enough, whether or not you get the opening move in chess, when chess was based on the original pretense of Alright, first things first, I need to undermine the protection of that knight in order to be threatening anything. And the winner is my opponent is really trying to simplify things. Let's simplify things first. I'm going to give back some material. Nope, Botez Gambit declined. Uh-oh, I'm officially in trouble now. Oh, she didn't accept. Queen takes e6, rook takes e6, rook takes b4, skewers my bishop to mate. And I probably come very close to losing. Takes, takes, takes. Queen takes b4, threatens mate, or does it not? Bishop takes f6 amounts to nothing. Let's get it extra frisky. Extra frisky. It looks like I'm playing an alien song. Possibly. Chess Kudo, good morning. How are you? This is a luxurious time control. Chess Kudo may be retired from streaming, but we're going to give him a shout out anyway. Yes, we are trying to dive in. All right, so the moment of truth now. I don't have a draw. Check. Check. Moment of truth. Rook takes check, check. Check. All right. I think she has me here. Unless she makes a mistake and does not repeat the position. No! Nippon! King h7, and I have to agree to a draw. King h7, I think it's equal. Let's just see what's going on in this position. Irina, oh, I'm so sorry. I was quite happy drawing with you because you have a very good threat. You played very well. King h7, I have nothing but a draw. Yes, that's exactly what I was planning on, unfortunately. So was I in trouble from this moment on? That's what I want to see. Rook h4 was the bad move, and you took advantage of me. Literally, quite well. Queen to c8 would have stopped most of my threats, yes. I thought that I had some major threats here, so h3? If I play h3, I'm okay. That's hard to believe. h3, h4, queen to g4. I even considered queen to d7. But rook to h4, Irina, you should have drawn with me. I don't have a draw button, so I can't offer you a draw. I think every time you move the h-pawn, you might lose. But h4 was definitely the better move. Oh, I'm so sorry. That really hurt. She should have gotten me. Reindeer 2007, good morning. We are going to continue this. Oh no, I messed up my A3 rounded offness, didn't I? This is scandalous. Someone dropped out, make it an even number. Minus 84. Yeah, your rating is provisional, Rat Dude, until you've played X amount of games. Here comes another one. 1 second here. Nice. The list of her covers. Excellent. That is perfect. Music and covers. Uh-oh. But does that mean that she has... This makes it a little problematic. It says music and covers. Are all of them covers? That is the trick. Reindeer is giving me time to update our playlist. 11 videos. I'm assuming that they're all covers. Oh, she does a cover of Telephone. Nice. Alright, fair enough. Shampoo cover. Thank you so much, Irina. Definitely. Tetsuro Yamashita. Yamashita. They do all say covers. Good. I'm going to save all of them, save the playlist to the library so that I can sift through them again later. Yeah, I have to take out a lot of the unnecessarily oh, that was the one you sent me before. You can keep sending covers, that's perfect. Downtown. Sort of want to hear that one. If it's the song that I'm thinking of. Hold the phone here. My opponent hasn't moved. Just because there's a very popular song by another artist, I want to see which cover this is. Already in the playlist. Absolutely. Our opposing team wrote a report on our last match. By Quadras Vasquez. Yeah, Randir 2007. Usually, Rad Dude, when you have these players, they're very young. And I have a little bit of tolerance for very young opponents, not knowing what they're doing. They had a fight? What? Hold the phone here. This is crazy. What? Someone had a fight. Had a fight with no less than 2 white ladies. No boss. The opponent was a woman and not an ugly one. I guess about 35. Texas University, Delft. Boss knows how to deal with substances. Telephone number. So this is the report that they wrote. Yeah. No, you don't lose 84 points for missing a match. Board number 2. Hold on one second. That was in the Discord, right? I started to watch it. I don't recall if I finished it. I agree with you in slower games, Dragon Emperor. If you don't have a proper internet connection in slow games, it's really brutal. Lynn Albeza is having a hard time. Now, it's possible, and Lynn has actually mentioned this before, I'm not going to jinx it since your game is going in progress. I do not want to jinx it. I need to change this for a better uplifting background, by the way. I'm going to go for apple picking. How about that? If at all possible. That's a lovely background that matches, and it is today's background. I'm just going to switch it to this one temporarily. We need a more colorful background. If you wish to change your background in Lichess, basically you just need to find the image of a landscape photo that will be appropriate, and you can find it like that one, for example. And then we are going to move to background, clicking on our name in the top right, our logged in name in the background in the top right. And click on transparent. Go to this area, select all with the Control All or Command All. On Macs, I believe it's Command A, and then Command V or Control V to paste the image in, and you will get a lovely background for your Lichess that is very personalized. Let's see this from Nippon Chess's point of view. I prefer to watch it from the white side, that way I know who's who. I tend to forget. Uh-oh. This was a very tricky decision here. We do get to capture. Is it Vietnam? Let's take a quick peek. It could well be, but it is mountains in the clouds at the moment. These are the Karst Mountains. K-A-R-S-T. Karst Mountains. October 22nd upload for the Bing Wallpaper HD. No, they're in China. Guangxi. Uh-oh, I'm afraid that someone may have escaped. Ouch. Ouch. Hanging on for dear life. Let's check the analysis board to see exactly what was happening in that game. We had the Grand Prix attack as advertised. She is making the Grand Prix attack look very attractive to me. Wow, the sack of the piece. Question mark? Knight to d5 seemed very reasonable. She went all in. B takes c3, double question mark. Queen h4. Now, not bishop takes f7, but maybe just removing the defender, the king side, and getting your material back. Rook takes f7 sort of appealed to me as well, by the way. We're back to equal after that. Is rook takes f7 better? Yeah, rook takes f7 leads to a small, it has a small microscopic advantage as well. On rook takes f7, black has, unfortunately, bishop to c8. Yes, I am positive that you missed wins as well. Let's go back to your game. You click on, if you want to see your match history, there are two ways to see it. I'm going to come right back, Arena. You can click on your name, and then you can see everyone on the other side. And then you can look up, let's say, who was it that you said you lost 84 points to? Rook takes f8, and then knight to h7 mate. Oh, really? And the other way, of course, is to click on your profile. And when you click on your profile on the top right, you can bring up your last 34 games. And then you can see all of these here. You can see that you've played all the rapid games today. And a chess 960 2 weeks ago, 3 check, etc., and bullet. Hold on, ads. I want to see Pegasus's rook takes f8, knight h7 mate. I don't think that's real. Are you back, man? Bishop g4. Oh, g4. Yeah, that would be key. So yeah, you can click on your name in the top right, and then click on profile, and it will bring this up. And then when you click on activity, you get to see your last 7 days of activity, which works really well for me with students, so I can tell if they've done anything in the past week. And then you can also go here. You can also do an advanced search, or especially when you're looking up opponents, you can see their games with you under the Games with You tab. 32 rated, 34 games with 2 casual, 4 wins, 34 losses, etc. Your brain is inactive. So the other thing about these Swiss's Arena is that it's about stamina, which you also need for your over-the-board tournament games as well. It's not quite mate with rook takes h7. Rook takes f8, double check. Not quite mate. Bat too hard. TKBTS. In your youth. In your youth. Challenge him to bullet games. Is that how to beat me? You definitely challenge me to bullet games. Arena's game versus me. 1 second. Let's go back to the main page. The only drawback with certain backgrounds is the color doesn't allow you to see everything all the time. At least I can see the red zeros pretty clearly, at least. I am showing more of your game. I know I'm such a tease, Arena. So we're going to pick up right where we left off. Yeah, g4 was obviously a little bit of a slow step in the attacking plan, unfortunately. So, needless to say, you still had some chances here. Right after knight takes f7, wow. Ace takes g6, knight takes g5, bishop takes, and this is almost checkmate in 2 moves. Is this checkmate in 2 moves? Moment of truth here, everyone. Hold on, I want to cover up the game score. I want to cover up the game score. In this particular position, this is where things start to go a little awry. This just looked like the best possible continuation. Rook to f1, check. Pawn takes actually looks like a nice in-between move to prevent any counterplay, by the way. Pawn takes. And that way you don't have to worry about this pawn reaching the 7th rank. You burned your bridges just a little bit here. So, unfortunately, we already know that you burned your bridges because black had b1 equals queen and queen takes c2 check, and it got a little dicey all over again. g7 indeed. Because you're queening first. g7, bishop takes g7. Dicey, dicey indeed. Yep, and if bishop takes g7, queen h5 check, king d7. Yeah, king d7 is tricky. Moment of truth. What to do? Now you are winning here. There's no doubt in my mind that you're doing very well here. Where's the analysis? Where's the evaluation gauge? Yeah, you're totally winning. The white bar is all the way up there. The hard part is finding the best way to close it out. It's too bad the bishop is covering h8. Now remember, we have plenty of time in this time control. You know, Ron may be onto something with g7, bishop takes g7, queen h5 check, king d7, rook f7. Oh, g7 first? Got it. g7 check, threatening that. I mean, we know we're also winning in the other position as well. Uh-oh. We've been playing this song a little bit too long. No, it's a beautiful game. You had the 24/2500 on the ropes. Nice game, nonetheless. It's a great learning experience. Yeah, but it's like a marathon. Basically, I did the New York City Marathon in 2008. I had a strong start, and I basically got all the way to about... I remember the first setback was around mile marker 26 after I'd run... I'm sorry, after 2012, mile marker 12. I remember I slowed down and I had to do an accelerated walk for a period of time, and then I was started again strong up First Avenue, but it was uphill, First Avenue in New York City and Manhattan. And I also ran into temporary FIDE rating It's a nightmare to have a low FIDE rating. I really wish they had never, ever allowed lower FIDE ratings. My first FIDE rating was based on the pretense that if I didn't perform greater than 2200, I wouldn't get a FIDE rating. And so therefore I went all out in a dread-drawn game thinking that I wasn't getting a FIDE rating performance. And they had lowered it to 2000, so my very first FIDE rating was 2195. Professional Chess Association rating, a PCA rating. Not that I know of. Ron is a VIP because he has gifted, if you haven't seen at the top of the channel, he's gifted 38 times subs. He and MD Knight keep this stream well supported, and I really appreciate him. Yeah, the PCA was created, the Professional Chess Association was created. They had sponsorship from Intel at one moment or another. I did direct under the PCA. You can see the poster that I have framed up there. A gift from Grandmaster Larry Christensen. I'm in the center of Gatakemsky, Kramnik, Nigel Short, Michael Adams, Anand, Romanishin, Tibiakov. Gatakemsky, I think, is playing with Kramnik. Basically, I was the arbiter for the PCA 1995 World Championships. I was the assistant arbiter, I should say. Karol Jarecki is not in the photo, but I'm in the middle with a clipboard with all the spectators outside. And we do have a student in our school who thinks that we're just full of BS because we know all these good players. Like, you don't know all these good players. It's like we're other high school students bragging about. But I don't really want to tell him anything. You know, if he doesn't believe. The PCA sort of dispersed around the time of Garry Kasparov's demise to Kramnik. Vesselkock stopped his support to a certain extent. So rook f1 check. All right, I have to look. And the key here is b takes c3 again. Yes, to stop the counterplay. That is the key. Let's keep the evaluation gauge on for this roller coaster of a ride. And if b takes c5, then you can play rook f7 and check, and they have no counterplay. You get to take free material, threatening the queen, and you're good to go. I'd be tempted to play e5 here. I bet that's also winning. Halloween qualifier arena? Nice. I don't really think that Chessable is going, I'm sorry, Chess.com and Magnus are going to be able to be acquired due to the United States or the international monopoly rules, because they are the two largest chess entities, and for them to merge, it's going to be very tough. So meanwhile, what ended up happening, I think she had another chance later on. So this is just equal, right? And in this particular position, if you took here, you're threatening mate. That was the trick. You needed to get your queen back and threaten mate on that square. So one more thing in my third grade class. One second. I'm just going to go to the third grade class for a moment. I'm going to copy this link address. This is for the high schoolers as well. Save that and bookmark that, or keep that link. But basically, I would love it if you set in the bottom left-hand corner the mate and ones to the hardest possible mate and ones. And basically just, because you missed this mate and one, Just do these every day to coordinate your pieces mentally. Basically, it also helps you to spot the whole board. So a piece that's in the far corner will be checkmating in the bottom right-hand corner, and it works with your board vision as well. Very, very important. Yeah, of course it's equalizing, but you have to realize when you're playing a strong player, you do not have to beat them. They have to beat you. So you're going to get more opportunities. Many more opportunities. Like, I'm not even sure. You had to check, of course, but we're running out of steam. Now, if you go back to my first round game, Arena, right? 1 second. Remember the game that I drew? I was quite happy with this game as black. I borrowed this opening repertoire from Arena, and it worked out really, really well. I'm going to take that. I'm going to play f6. I'm up in exchange. I have very few problems. My opponent hasn't done anything. Knight to g5, queen a5 check, and bishop d7 wasn't necessary. I probably could have outposted my knight on e5. Now, of course, this forces the exchange of queens, and I missed just taking the knight. I could just take the knight. I did miss that, but I followed through on my plan of improving my pieces. And I was like plus like 10, or very close to 10 points at whatever moment. All of this is good. Knight takes e6, f takes g5. e5 would have been better. So watch me just blunder this thing away, because I have to accept a draw in this position. Now I'm still winning. All I have to do is not get mated. I have to prevent rook to f5 with the threat of mate. And if I do that, then I'm in business. So I go for a few series of checks. And after b6, he locks down on my square. Now rook to f5 is a real threat. And oh, rook to h1. How simple is that? With the ladder mate. That was the mate I missed. Mate in 2. I missed setting up mate in 2. Indeed, I missed mate in 3. Well, I mean, obviously, I actually missed mate in 2. The purpose of doing those mate in 1s that I suggested was that you basically have to see the mate in 1 on the board, and the mate in 2 will get you to the mate in 1. And for me, it wasn't that I missed the mate in 3, but that I did not see the mate in 2. Which is a bummer. I had to draw against Lin. I was dead lost against Lin. I believe he could have walked out of it. So in this particular position, you know, I blundered, and I cannot play for a win anymore. I have to actually just draw this position. I don't have a choice. Rook f5 was a brilliant, brilliant move. And my game against Lin, I was dead lost. I was dead lost even in the final position. So this was a little bit too ambitious on my part. I was playing black here. I'm down a knight, a full knight. And in this particular position, it may look like I'm getting more material back, but now I'm down a full rook. And I'm about to be down 2 full rooks. And white is just totally winning this game. And he allows the repetition of position. Here, he can try to walk up. Basically, it was right here. If I push, I just have nothing in this position. I'm just losing. Got a whole lot of nothing. First thought here is bishop takes and queen h6, threatening queen f8 checkmate, as well as invading, and the knight comes in as well. And I'm tough. You thought I won. I actually felt like a win. I was certainly clearly better here. So there are 3 degrees of advantage. You're slightly better, clearly better, or white is much better. Sometimes they say much better. And then there is decisive, which is the 3rd and final stage. So I'm just completely toasted in this position. Did I fight back at all? Only when my opponent repeated the position. So it was okay here. So takes. And now this is the first position with king e1, knight to g2. Check, king e1, knight to g2, king e1. And then we had to play a few more moves because my draw button wasn't working. And it's also possible that Lynn was being kind to me. On e3 and then knight to g4. Yeah, that was a common theme. A very common theme. I lucked out. There's a famous U.S. Championship draw in which Yasser Seirawan sacrifices his queen with queen takes d5 in a similar position to that, and achieves a draw with bishop check on f2, knight to g4, bishop takes f2 check, bishop f2 check, bishop e3 check, forcing a draw. Master John, how are you? TMJ. Not just for Jaws anymore. Atlanta-based streamer, the Chess Master John. Good to see you. This is a lovely Rihanna cover by Arden Cho. She has a great voice. The lead actress in Partner track on Netflix. Yeah, Dragon Emperor has a terrible connection. He just notified us in the Discord that he's got to wait until he gets a better internet connection to be able to start playing in the arena again. Really sad. If you've not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do. Oops. If I can spell it right. The YouTube channel desperately needs your support in order to make it more worthwhile for me to start streaming instructional videos. Perhaps even a lesson stream with some of the viewers at whatever moment done on YouTube would be good too. I like YouTube for the privacy though, because you're merely putting a lesson in a can without necessarily having so much interaction that you can't get distracted from your primary goal. Ron Hay and Tal Pacino, hot behind us. In fact, Irina was in a tie for... let's make sure we put her on the Lead Chess Notify. Oh yeah, let's check out her games against... Dragon Emperor 24 hours ago. Dragon Emperor, Kingslayer Sloan. Ah, you played in the Kingslayer Sloan arena. Good. 3 days ago. Let's just do a quick survey here for arena. You're sorry? What's wrong with Quadraspassky? So in this particular position, the Paulson, we're going to need queen c7 or b5 for aggressive measures. Bishop to b4 does not feature high on the scale arena because we have one good bishop, and it's not the bishop on f8 that we want to be exchanging. To negotiate a hang-up. Oh no. It's true that you only played for 2 years. You're even younger than your chess strength, in a way. 2 years into playing, you are very strong for your 2 years. Can you imagine? We've got streamers online that are like 900 and commanding great audiences for the most part. But Arena, please keep connected on the Discord. Yeah, this is a good one. If it's not a copyrightable issue, then we're in even better business. Obviously, you may actually even understand much of the lyrics, whereas I only understand maybe a 30-second. My knowledge of, as I've taken Mandarin, Russian, and of course Spanish, French. I'm trying to think if I've taken any other languages. Yeah, I've studied Mandarin, so I pick out words. And we have 6 languages taught in our school, and I meant to sit on all of them. We have Japanese, Mandarin, French, Spanish, and Latin. There must be another language, because that's only 5. There may only be 5 other than English. Yeah, I'm familiar with the languages, but... So in any event, yeah, you play bishop to b4, and you really do need to be careful with the placement of your pieces. And your dark squared bishop is getting a little bit into trouble with the discovery on this, that, the other thing. This should be okay. We just can't get out of this bind that we're in because we can't play queen e7. We still can't play queen e7 because of rook a8. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. Let's go back to Arena's other game. We could save that one to the viewer arena edition. This is our newest member, by the way, for those of you joining us. One of our newest members, Arena-chan. And we're making it our mission to make her a massive contender in the chess world. I have had 6. I think I recently made it 7 girls national champions, women national champions. You only know bonjour. Dutch, that's really useful, Arena. I feel like Dutch and German, yeah, they're similar. I never got a chance to learn German. I was turned down in middle school when I wanted to sign up for German because my grades weren't good enough to take on a language. And it was at that moment when I realized that education is motivational. We're going to add this one to the study arena edition from yesterday. And let's look at the next one where she's white. Ah, you actually, I think you won one of these. Yes, this is the one you won. I was glancing at it, and you accidentally played e3. And look at how this methodical measurement, right? Bishop d3. I just want you to note your personal style as a middle game player is rewarded. And now you have the 2 bishops. I don't know if you needed to chase that knight back, by the way. I might have noticed this is one of those cases where I would probably continue developing. But you got a good assault on the queen, and your opponent literally gave up a rook. And the desperado, your opponent literally gave up a rook there instead of moving their queen. Good work. Nice work. Sourma, you're really working that one. I love it. I believe I follow Sourman Go. I'm trying to remember which IRL streams she was doing, but basically I like the travel streams. When a streamer isn't in a place walking around, I do enjoy those streams. As Quadra Spassky has turned me on to Jay Streezy. Trying to think of who else I would follow. The Daily Dasher, Mikey. Yeah, Killer Bishops indeed. Let's add this to the arena study. Then head back to the list. So we have the Van Croy opening, we have the Bishops opening, White resigned. And this is a standard method against the Bishops opening, which is a really good one. I would probably pound them in the center with D5. D5 is a little offsides. And your opponent went nuts and deserved to lose this game. Knight to G6 check. Must be played, I think. Oh, they're going for the gold. Are we in that much trouble that we can't just escape? Another discovery. We're down in material. What's happening here? It was quite the risk in not taking the piece back, because you're winning if you take the piece back, or it's 3 pawns for a piece. And now you get the piece back. But the knight is trapped. Good point, Arena. And the precursor to this with bishop to h3 checkmates. This is one of those mate and ones that you should definitely see. The knight is locked indeed. I didn't realize it right away, but I'm happy that you did. So here, yeah, you missed mate in 2. I consider it missing mate in 1. It's like when the Metro Transit Authority tells me that I'm 2 stops away, but they're counting the stop that I'm actually on. Like, this is your move right now. It's not mate in 2. You're missing mate in 1 because this move should be played automatically. That's why I posted that link earlier to the mate in ones. I would do 100 of those every day just to coordinate your pieces. The link will not save by itself. You might be able to bookmark it though, but still it's just going to straight to the training dashboard. And you set them up for the big loss, and that was good. We'll save that victory to the arena edition. And so we had, oh, did we see the Barnes defense? Or did we skip ahead? We missed quite a few here. The Italian game Scotch. So with colors reversed, you like to play the Scotch Gambit, not the Scotch opening. You'd like to play the Scotch Gambit. I take it back. This is not the Scotch opening. Now, this is a very common error. Did we take advantage of this error? E5 is the standard move to try to take advantage of this error, because we have these threats. E5. I might have taken on D8 first. Queen E2 check. And Rook D1. This is a tough call in this position. Yeah, you don't want to trade queens. You're an attacker. Do not trade queens. You're attacking. By trading queens, you're limiting your opportunities. Ouch. Ouch. You could play E5 first, or you could play E5 after C3. I think. Is that true? Yeah, I don't mind e5 after. This is still good for you. I believe you still have a small plus here. I disagree with the equal sign up there. Yes, d5 has to be played. He takes f6. Like I said, it's a small plus. It's so misleading, the engine, when it's too far away from the goal of the advantage. So here it believes this position is equal if black plays d5, but I know for a fact how difficult it is for humans to play this, so that after d5 it's indeed actually better for white. And that's because of the range, the distance into the position. So was queen e2 better? F takes g7 straight away. Queen e2 check wasn't necessarily better, but I wanted to keep the material on the board. Bishop e6, f g7, rook g8, rook d1, queen f6, and then knight takes c2. I still think you would win that game, as it's easier for white to play this game than black. And we really don't want to trade queens. Knight takes c3. Optimal. Just let them trade queens and put your rook on the open file. Again, you can't take back exchanges. You really do have to be more leery of exchanges, and that was a tough one. I don't know if we already added this one to the Arena Edition studies. But we will. So it goes to that one. It goes to the top of the order. Black Mortimer's second gambit. Don't have that one. Too late. No, it's okay. All of the games, when you're so much stronger, when you're a women's international master and you look back at our early days, you'll be like, I've come so far from that person that I was when I first started out. So, for example, I have Grandmaster Mark Arnold, right? I have games with him as a 900 rated player, and he looks back and he goes, how could I not know anything and become a Grandmaster? Nice. This is Jason Shen. Yeah, he loved looking at his database of his old games. When I set up a computer for him to go to Paris and tour Europe with, yeah. He actually started in first grade. So let's say he played in the one major nationals that he played before he started working me was Louisville, Kentucky in May of 2000, and by the end of 2000 he was a national champion. December of 2000 in Orlando, he won his first national championships with a 6-0 score. And he beat someone that was a bit older than him who had won the previous nationals in first grade. So the player he was playing in the last round won the first grade nationals, and then he's playing him in the second grade nationals. You only have to play second graders. And basically everybody's handing me score sheets, right? Hikaru Nakamura's father came to me with about 3 or 4 score sheets of Mark's opponent. And Sunil was very kind, and other players from other schools in New York City also came with score sheets of the opponent. We did not look at them. We basically, okay, I take it back. We looked at the score sheets as an opening survey to see what it was that we were supposed to see, as far as what openings he liked to play. Hikaru was a very assertive young man who was not averse to using profanity at the board with his opponents. I don't necessarily know what you want me to say, Quadraspassky. He did not necessarily kick anyone under the table that I know of. Assertive, yes. He was very, very assertive. He and I were always good friends. I was never really an opponent for him. So, but if you were a grandmaster or someone that he knew he had to climb over in order to get to the top of the food chain, I'd give him a knuckle sandwich. Indeed. So here we have a great modern system. I love your versatility in openings, Irina. This is exactly what you need to do to internalize your opening principles. Now here, this was just a mistake. E5 is just a mistake because they're losing control of the center. And with knight to G4, by the way, you have the double threats on these squares, E5 and F2. There's no saving him after that, to be honest. You played knight to E4, which is just reasonably good because the opponent gives you the F2 square. Ooh, ouch, ouch. And then you castle queenside. I don't know about this. Let's just think about this for a moment. You have many ways of extracting yourself from this equation other than hanging material with... So the one that appeals to me the most is the counterattack on the rook. You could simplify the position a little bit and allow him to recapture. I am not timing the ads, by the way. I'm sorry, Irina. We need a gifted sub for Irina Chan. There is something that I agreed to on Twitch where they said my ad revenue had to be X, and maybe that was it. Maybe I answered the question wrong. What? I mean, even if you were a VIP or a mod, you still get the ads. That's not -5 pounds. In any event, yeah, I probably would have gone. Oh, you did find knight to D3. That was the one. You did follow, and you had that. Nicely done. Yeah, I have to go and look for that. How often the ads show. Indeed. But I do remember that they said something about I needed X number of ads per hour in order to receive whatever revenue. Where's Andrew with his poker winnings? Indeed. We haven't heard from Andrew. AKA Mad Quick Chess. Mad Quick Chess, by the way. Is that what he does? That was a great game, Irina. So we've seen, I don't know how many games you played with him. We saw the Philidor's counterattack, the Van Croy, the Barnes defense, that one, and that one. You won at least a couple, if not 3. Yeah, maybe that's what he does. But I do want to see your Dutch defense. What was that Dutch? The Black Martimer Gambit. I also play the Black Martimer Gambit against certain openings. So this has started out as a Staunton Gambit. It ended up being a Black Martimer Gambit. Personally, I feel that e6 and bishop e7 and castles should be no danger to you. The computer really believes in g6. But our white squares are horrendously weak. Okay, So your experience, Arena, has been with the Leningrad Dutch with D6. I have won a Dutch thematic twice. At least twice. Maybe 3 times. I won a Dutch thematic arena on Lichess as well, with a lot of strong players playing. And I love the Dutch. I just don't speak it. So what is supposed to happen here? This is a very unusual move. I think, yeah, you can play d5 here. Not a natural move, but... So basically I won it with the Stonewall and the Leningrad. I basically played both the Stonewall and the Leningrad, and in that way I get to know which one is... Basically, in a Dutch thematic tournament, you have to play d4, f5, and in one of the, I think it was c4 on the second move in both Dutch thematics. You can find thematics like this if you want to practice specific openings. They usually have them on here. Well, they have the, here's the Pierce Defense Rapid Arena. And they have quite a good attendance. 214 people in the Pierce Defense Rapid Arena. And if you look over here on the left, right, you'll see that you can click on Analysis Board to see the position in which they want you to start. So it's actually called the Austrian Attack. Yeah. I mean, it's just chess. You're learning chess. That's all there is to it. 2,300, not too strong. This tournament is not too strong. But ironically, let me go back. The drawback to this is that you have to have X number of games in certain time controls. I'm not sure if you have them. Let's take a quick peek. You only have 8 rapid games. What are we going to do to get her up to another one? Can we do another rapid arena to get Arena's rapid rating up? Or is it very late in Japan right now? It's like 11 o'clock at night in Japan. She's going to need to get her... well, she's probably going... Wait a minute, you should be out and about on a Saturday night in Japan? If I were your age, I would be partying. What? You're ready for another rapid event? Hence I know touch. Unfortunately, the thematics are not rated. It's unfortunate, but if you pay attention to this particular one, they're not rated even though they require... Oh, it says it's rated. And you only need 10 rapid games to play in a thematic rapid event. Teams. I don't know if I have any notifications left since tomorrow. But our goal is to get Arena up to 10. I believe she lives in Holland. That is what she's saying because she knows Dutch, which is lovely. No, then it's a perfect time for you. It's only mid-afternoon. Which is very, very cool. Well, let's check the Chessable. Team Chessable is organizing a Halloween tourney, huh? we should have a Halloween Gambit thematic. That's what we should have. We should have a Halloween Gambit thematic. Like a few cubes of cheese. Alright, fair enough. Fantasy? Indeed. Alright, we'll put it on the we want to keep it list. I'm very happy that you're happy. I just put the music on because I enjoy it as well. Add again. Caro-Kann Fantasy Variation. I will play the Caro-Kann if anybody wants to play the Fantasy Variation at any time. Alright, let's do it. We're going to do a 5+5 arena. And we'll see what we can do. I like playing against it. I have a very good score against the Fantasy Variation. I've only lost to one International Master. I'm trying to think if I've lost to anyone else. Let's take a quick peek at any of my games where I am black. And we'll do the analysis board. But I need to be black. In the opening book, let's look at my player database in the Caro-Kann. C6, D4, D5, F3. Oh, I want to be black, yes. Against the F3, I've lost, what, 25% of my games? There's no way I've lost 25% of my games. Oh, when I did not play D takes E4. When I did not accept. In a bullet game, I'm positive that I played E5. To mix it up. C5 I've won with. Knight F6 I tried. So E6 and Knight F6 were recommendations. E4, C4. I mean, you might as well play the Panov attack. That's actually, to me, that is the best line. Basically, E takes D5, C takes D5, and C4. You might as well just play it very straightforward. And white is better in these positions. Like, I'm lucky that I am so far ahead in this opening. Bishop E6, Knight F6, etc. This is indeed the best way, and if you check out my YouTube Memorable Games #1, I was black against the Panov attack, and I critiqued my opponent for this. My Memorable Games Volume 1. Against Tom Nguyen. I also need coffee. I am completely dry. So this is a good time for intermission. We'll put on Lichess TV for a moment. And we'll put something on that people can watch at a slightly slower pace. This is not a draw, by the way.
Nation knows you, huge dick.
Chess Warriors the Pro, welcome. I am about to take a 2-minute break to go get coffee. Where are you from, the Chess Warriors Pro? I am FIDE trainer, National Master John MacArthur. And I've been streaming for a little over 2 years because I had less to do. I'm not so sure about giving up that pawn like that. I believe we were winning in the king and pawn ending with a move like bishop e3. And he's winning anyway this way. Really? The Chess Warriors Pro? Let's check you out. Did I find you recently? I found a few guys that were... Oh, let me make sure I get the S in there. Give the Chess Warriors Pro a follow. Nope, I haven't checked you out yet. Gotcha. Oh, there's another fantasy here. Was that the one that you added? I need to weed out my playlist of 500 plus songs. Chess Warriors Pro. What was your main motivation originally for starting to stream? I found a few guys. Yeah, basically, I like the recommended when you're watching a streamer in the bottom left-hand corner to find those that I did not know existed as easily. Where are my ads to this channel? Interesting that I don't see them added on my home screen. I am up to 551 songs. I know, I was trying to take my break while you were gone as well, Arena. I did not make it. But it is a Saturday night. You should definitely be going out. The Nachmans and Gambit. You may have to refresh my memory on that one. Bad Dude Whispered. I believe the Nachmanson is probably one of the more sound gambits. The Stafford Gambit is not really sound. But we were going to try to start one more arena. Let me make sure I reply to a student that wanted a lesson this afternoon. One second, everybody. So sorry for this. Texting while streaming. So meanwhile, hold on one second. Let's just look at it from the perspective of a game. Since this one worked out so well, I don't want any, so it's the Scotch game. Oh, analysis board. Let's turn off everything. Turn off everything here. Where were we? It was E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. I remember seeing Charles Nachmanson talking about it on a video, and it's from the Scotch. I don't know it. I don't study openings, Irina. So you're gonna have to walk me through it. E takes D4. Bishop C4, knight F6, or is it bishop C5, knight C3? Something along these lines. Do I claim to be Scottish? There is a small portion of me that I believe is Scottish. No, it's not. Can't be that. It's something along the lines of knight C3. Knight F6. Castles. Knight takes E4. Well, this is not the Nachmanson gambit. This is a pretty well-known gambit. This is a pretty standard one. Yeah, this is a standard opening line. This is not the Nachmanson. Let's see this in the opening variation. It's called the canal variation. Oh, not rook e1. So he wants to play it one move earlier. So not rook e1. He wants to play knight c3 here. I mean, doesn't this transpose? This is it, right? It is very exciting stuff. Charles Nachmanson, also known as Vampire Chicken, as a streamer. If I'm not incorrect, I could be incorrect. I have not seen him streaming lately.
This nation owes you a huge debt.
Lolo, LOL Dezo. Lion King based, yes. Yeah, Vampire Chicken is hilarious. He's got a great voice, too. I'm very jealous of people's voices in general. It's one of the reasons why I never thought that I would continue streaming, is because I don't like my voice. I don't think that... Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Vampire Chicken is not Nachmanson, but Vampire Chicken is pretty hilarious. The last time I saw the Nachmanson Gambit, you're right, but Charles Nachmanson does stream. You're absolutely correct. Now I'm trying to think of who Vampire Chicken is, because he's a pretty strong player. He's about 2,300. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people have moved to St. Louis, even if he's not from St. Louis. He'll get mad. They're called him in the Gorilla Gambit. Very nicely done, sir. And the Master John says that Vampire Chicken has been pretty busy lately. It's true, with real life having returned, I have picked up more lessons than ever lately, so I'm not sure how I'm going to manage everything. LOL Dezo. I am a FIDE trainer. National Master John MacArthur. FIDE is the World Chess Organization. I have never played this as white. No masters have played this as white, but the lead chess database shows pretty good returns with the white pieces. I think rook e1 has to be played here, yeah? In order to at least threaten to play bishop takes g5. If queen e4, move after knight c3, please. Oops. Let's promote this variation. Not rook e1, but knight c3. Promote that variation. They do call it the Nachmanson Gambit when it's played without rook e1. The move with rook e1 is the traditional way of doing this when this also just plain works. This is the old super drawish line. And black has to guard against the checkmate, and white prevents castling. And a lot of my students start off as black playing this at a young age. One of those starter openings. We're going back to knight c3. Pegasus wants to see... Oh, let's do it this way. So after knight c3, Pegasus wanted to comment. I usually take out Arden Show's religious songs. I'm going to leave this one up to the viewers if I take this one. Phone. Ron does power this stream pretty darn well, I have to admit. What openings do I like to play? I like to play all of them, actually. Going back in time here, I've played every first moves. He's following you, of course. He's one more executive member of the Arena Chan fan club, I'm positive. So basically, in this particular instance, for OCD reasoning. So as a player, I've played 17 of the first 20 moves. And I do have to play A3 3 more times. That much is true. I do have to play A3 3 more times. I'm about to reach 1600 on E4. I'm an expert at D4 with 2151.
To record another K-pop song.
Focus on me.
The struggles of finding good light.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Arden, and we are doing a new Korean song, and there's going to be two versions.
We're going to try.
Too much awesome to put in one version, so watch hers. Arden's rapping.
That's trying.
I've definitely never played the Nachmanson Gambit. Definitely never played the Nachmanson Gambit. Let's see how close I've gotten. I've gotten here as white,
and it was very inspiring.
And as far as this is white, but I've always played rook e1.
I felt super awkward. I wish you guys could have seen me in the takes that failed. We should have recorded some of the really bad ones.
I still have them.
No!
I thought Pegasus was going to suggest knight takes c3.
Watch our versions. Thank you. It's Blackpink Whistle.
I was fairly certain that he was going to suggest knight takes c3.
Make 'em whistle like a missile. Bomb, bomb. Every time I show up, blow up. Make 'em whistle.
So knight takes c3. Pegasus gives
Every time I show up, blow up.
b takes c3, d5. I might throw in the move rook to e1 check here, but okay. Interestingly enough, I usually stay away from theory, even though I know all the theory. Alex Yermolinsky in his book, The Road to Chess Improvement, mentions that knowing theory is the best way to not play theory. Add again. The previous song. Oh, add again with one D. Add again, not as in adding. So let's see. I'm just following Pegasus's game here. B takes c3, d5, bishop d3, and he mentions that bishop to b5 is better, followed by knight to e5. But after bishop e7, c takes d4, castles for black, c3 by white. I'm not entirely sure that's a useful move. Bishop to g4. We're basically down a pawn as white, and I don't necessarily know that the two bishops, which we might be about to get, is compensation enough. Yeah, black is better in this position. I was fairly certain of it. Arena, alright. That was the Chessable Arena, which is already finished.
And watch both of our channels because our covers are different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hers is better though.
No.
That's the end of that song. Sometimes I clobber the covers where they have too much promotion at the beginning or end. Chess-based surveys tradition. Rook e1, d5, knight c3 is better. Yes, I think that's better for white. I do think that it's better to have it in this position. I have played this way only once. D takes c4. Rook takes e4 check. I think I took with the knight. That wasn't a good idea. And here we're getting our material back, or at least some of our material back, with a certain degree of oomph. I don't know, so it's still all good for black. Bishop takes d5 is equal. Knight to c3 is very challenging. I don't know that you lost any points earlier, by the way, because your rating isn't real yet. It's your non-question mark rating, Rat Dude, is going to be the one that you obtain at the end of playing a series of strong players, and then you're going to be averaged across your performance of all of them. No, you haven't played enough yet. Let's take a quick peek at Rad Dude. You've only played 5 rapid games. You need to play about 20 or 25, I think. At 25 rapid games, you will stop fluctuating up and down. Ignore your rating for now, yeah. Rapid and Classical and Pawn Stars. Don't forget to join the other dojos for the other time controls throughout the week. You as well, Irina. If you're willing to play 3, then you can play 3 plus 2, and it's a very humane game to a certain extent. Alright. I have a little bit of time. Yeah, you can't play 25 games that way. You have to play 25 games in the individual genre. Tomorrow is Sopio's birthday. I believe, is she the one who is, Sopiko is the one who's married to Anish Giri, right? Yeah, all the time controls have an entirely different quality about them. We got a reply. Ritz-Carlton Residences. This is the first time I've ever had a lesson at the Ritz-Carlton. Separate entrance from the hotel. Interesting. Because your rating is averaged across, it's just like it's going to fly up and down for the first 20 to 25. You get a chance to fly up just as much as you accidentally flew down. Yeah, it's just an average of the rating. You're being averaged, your performance is being averaged against your opponent. So you would gain, in theory, without those initial 5 games, you could gain 400 rating points for a win against someone your rating. Basically, your performance, if you beat a 1200, is 1600. So it's going to throw in 1600. FIDE and the U.S. Chess Federation do exactly the same thing. In the first 25 games, you fly up and down quite a bit. Yeah, that's possible because your performance rating has now been slowly averaged out. It's quite amazing how many tournaments we've run on this dojo. I wonder if there's a way to look it up. And we're running out of month here. I'm only good until the end of the month with Xi Jun's Women's World Champions Yu Hua and Xi Jun's birthday are on the 29th and 30th of the month. All right, team tournament, 5 minutes plus 5 seconds, and we're going to look for a birthday. Today's birthday is, let me just see, if you haven't already, you can import the calendar from the URL into your Google Calendar. You can import the Master Chess Dojo birthday calendar, and that way you'll keep up on all of them. Paris Ponce, Stefan Moore. Wow, it's Cecile Hossernot's birthday as well today. I met her at one point in my frequent trips to Norway. Oh, no, it wasn't her. So we're going to put this one in here for the moment. We're going to do WIM, Cecile Hossernot's birthday, arena. And we're going to give a link to her Wikipedia page as well for information. We need to put it in brackets. WIM Cecile Hassanat. And we're going to start this tournament in about 10 minutes, and we're going to run it for 45 minutes. How about that? And we'll figure it out. Copy URL. U.S. Postal Services, Chicago. I don't know, Quadraspassky. Copy. And now we have the arena link. I don't expect a lot of players in this particular one, but we're going to get... Am I driving down? Driving over to have a look. And now, can we get it out in our Discord and on Twitter? That is the question. I might need to delay the start of this thing just so that I can get oops, Control Z. And we will copy URL. Control Z. Oops. Hold the phone here. Oh, I can't undo everything? Oh, I wiped out the whole thing. Let's close this and not save it. Whoops, Control Z. Where am I? That was Control End. With viewers. And we will do the Cecile Hassanat birthday arena. Paste. Copy. And copy the link about Cecile. Copy. That. Let's get that one out. And then the Discord copy. Taking me 5 minutes to get all of this out. 148. I'm going to risk not being able to send a message tomorrow. Do we want to do longer than 45 minutes? Let's do 55 minutes. That's a very good amount of time for a 5 plus 5. And I do need to get coffee. There are only 5 male masters. It's a suspicious link. Rusha. Yes, Rusha is a good. Let's make sure the arena is good. Oh, that's good. Oh, you mean the calendar link is a suspicious link? I need to redo the calendar link, by the way. I would only click on the Google Calendar link. But you're right, if it's a tiny URL, let me just click on the tiny URL. The second link leads to the URL web-based. HOF. Wow, that's quite impressive that we have that many people in the arena already. So yes, we're going to try to even everybody out. Berserk for Berserk. I don't usually Berserk, but for you, since you didn't show up this morning for our game, sir, you're on this. You're this close, by the way. Remember to withdraw. All right. Meanwhile, coffee. 2 minutes and 17 seconds to go. I'm giving it an odd number for the moment. Intermission. I could be exaggerating with the often. Coffee. The hydrate from my favorite arena. Good thing my rewards don't make me do anything else, right? I could be in trouble. In fact, I need to refill this when I'm downstairs as well. Coffee and teas hydrate. I don't care what people say. So we got the Twitter, Discord, and messages to the members. Hey, I'm in. What? Dude, don't withdraw. They're withdrawing because I pulled out. Alright, so I cannot go and get coffee until all the games begin. Look at this, everybody comes back. I understand completely about internet problems. I've actually had them when I least expected it as well. We need 8 players, so we've got 4 games each. When I was playing arenas, are you watching the stream, Reindeer?
10, 9,
I don't usually.
7, 6, 5,
Only one time.
3,
Okay then.
1, 0.
Only for Reindeer. And he thinks that we're going to be the top 2. Alright. In arenas repertoire, basically when I have students, I play their repertoire. My opponent's offering me a free pawn. Don't see any reason not to take it. Not following the recommendations of Grandmaster Alexander Lenderman. So we have health leaves, 99% water, chat. Indeed, it is. Might be more than 99% water. Might be 99.5% water. The arena can be found here. All control. Okay, so there's no more queen to b3, which is the main problem with yes, you can play exactly what you want to play on e5. We're going to remove the defender. Of the e5 pawn. This is my standard refutation. And there are no more checks, yes? I do want to get castled. I do want to get out of the center. Avoid any trouble, get castled. My opponent has 1 pawn for the piece after all those sacks, right? Where is the queen going? Let's just make sure that we don't lose a piece in this particular example. All I need is a couple of pawns. Anyone who does Berserk definitely has a quantifiable advantage in this particular one. And now we need to change our stream title. On Twitch. So we have Cecile Hassanat's Arena. And we're going to change the stream title on our broadcast. If I can get her name off of this. Paste. I believe I dedicated a stream to her previously, which is why it's a viewer's arena now that I look at it. I wonder if my green light goes out when I go to do stuff on the stream. For those of you who have not yet gotten the birthday arena link, this is it. Now that most of the stuff is not there, this was a ridiculous move. I should have played rook to c4 and double. That's what I should have done. Putting my knight off sides, not a good call. Not a good call. Adult Brownie is hitting far too hard. I don't blame you. So now we get to double. He does have a little bit of a threat, unfortunately. So the pawns are moving. Yes, he has that. But we do want to simplify, right? We want to simplify and we want to remove the defender of that pawn. All right, so we've stymied one. We've stymied one pawn. Now the rook is a little bit overworked. Can't guard both pawns. That's the right way to go about it. We're going to stymie the growth of this pawn. In just a moment. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. That wasn't what I was expecting at all. Is my bishop trapped? We'll find out in just a moment. We have to do a little bit of calculating here. Just a little bit of calculation. I'm terribly sorry. Be very, very careful. There's a mating net in there. Ron Hay is present. Nippon Web. Yadus, how are you, sir? I think my score against Edu is very good. I need 2 E4s in order to reach 1600 to be a B player at E4. Uh-oh. This is becoming a little bit questionable now. So he's attacking F2. Not E5, so I have to be ready to castle. Just in case. Now he's attacking F2, E5, and B2. B2 and F2 are both weak. Alright, now the moment of truth. Do I sack? Do I enjoy this? Let's find out. YOLO. So it's this check followed by that check. Queen to G4 was probably best, right? But we're getting 3 pawns for our piece, no? Takes, and knight F4 check. So we're down a piece, or we're still down a piece? So what do we have here? Knight takes, rook takes, not good. Let's save our piece. There's 3 attacking it. Knight, queen check, king takes, rook to E1 check, rook to D1 check might have been good. So queen check could have been better. Check. We need to separate the we need to separate this action just a little bit. Looks like it's mate in 2. Oh, it's not mate in 2. Let's just threaten to threaten. We are threatening mate now. He says we're not threatening mate. But we're going to pick up this rook with check. First things first, we don't want his bishop coming in. Especially not here. Oh no. I've not yet met Reindeer. What happened to Reindeer? Nippon Chess Weeb. All right. Let's go, Ron, indeed. I can't tell you how much having Arena in the dojo has made me so enthusiastic lately. Both for teaching and everything. She's definitely providing the fuel. Punishing mistakes from opponent. Yeah, I would recommend a lot of Puzzle Streak for the most part. Puzzle Streak makes you pay attention to detail, and if you get one wrong, you are in trouble. So the thing that I don't like about Puzzle Rush Survivor on cheese.com is basically because you're allowed to be careless until it's too late. So you're allowed to be careless on the Puzzle Streak Survival for a couple of answers, and that's exactly what happens to us when we are, let's just say, in a better position. We should be able to close it out. And it's unfortunate, right? You shouldn't be allowed to be careless, which is why I like Puzzle Streaks in Lichess. Puzzle Streak and Lichess, basically, if you get one wrong, you're starting over again. So you're on task the entire time, which is the way it should be in every chess game. You're not allowed to make mistakes. Chess is a game of mistakes. Both sides are going to make mistakes. You may get another chance in a chess game. But when you're in a better position, basically taking advantage of small tactics. Refresh your tactics as often as you can. Thank you, Quadraspassky. There's no easy way to improve, absolutely, but do the reviews on Chessable. Absolutely, do the reviews, and even do it to specific chapters. Like, let's just say they want you to do the whole 1100 tactics in 24 hours, or basically be able to re-review it, but you can actually pause all of the chapters for review as you finish them. So you can do all the easy tactics over and over again until you basically, and you can purchase your fast forward for review, so you can review the whole book, pause all the chapters, and then try to pound out that one chapter. And let's just say it's 300 exercises. So yeah, try to pound out that easy chapter in a couple of hours. You're going to have to set aside a couple of hours on your calendar and just put in the time and just do it. Everyone is playing, and I need to get coffee. Watch me before I can type coffee. I'm going to be on my intermission screen. I will be right back. Let's give the arena link for everybody. Just to please get it, and I'm going to be right back. So we have 4. But I don't know what I did with my 5th. I'll be right back. Coffee.
Wonder what you'd say to me Think about how it ain't fair that you weren't there to braid my hair like mothers do. You weren't around to cheer me on, help me dress for my high school prom like mothers do. Did you think I didn't need you here to hold my hand, to dry my tears? Did you even miss me through the years at all? Oh, I hear the weather's nice in California. There's sunny skies as far as I can see. If you ever come back home to Carolina, I wonder what you'd say to me. Forgiveness is such a simple word, but it's so hard to do when you've been hurt. Oh, I hear the weather's nice in California. Just in case you're wondering about me, from now on I won't be in Carolina. Your little girl is off. Your little girl is off. Your little girl is off to Tennessee. Can't we just talk? Can we just talk? Talk about where we're going before we get lost. Lend me your thoughts. Can't get what we want without knowing. I've never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can't we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out where we're going. Yeah. Started off right, I can see it in your eyes. I can tell that you're wanting more. What's been on your mind? There's no reason we should hide. Tell me something I ain't heard before. Ooh, I've been dreaming about it, and it's you I'm on. So stop thinking
Go.
about it. Can't
Coffee acquired. I didn't take my water bottle, I realize. Bollocks. But I do have a second water bottle just in case. Look at all the countries that drink it. Alright, we're back. Everybody back in. Cecile Hossernaut. I don't know what she's advertising on her social media links, but I'm definitely not advertising the same on my socials, by the way. Bhutan. When were you thinking about going, Arena? I'm hoping that the climate there is amenable to something to do in February, perhaps. When we're at our coldest. Chess Demon, good morning. We're following Irina's repertoire with c5 immediately against d4. I like it a lot. This really does present a problem. Yes, my opponent wanted to play the London. Therefore, this is the only move. Now we're playing an exchange Slav. Now who's playing the London? Alright, let's try to stuff the diagonal then. Do I want to do that? Nah. We're just going to fight for e5 the natural and normal way. Do I want to give him another center pawn? No. Should we see what he does with it? My b7 pawn is really hurting. We have a few weak squares to play for over here. Now we're threatening more than one weak pawn. Yes, we expected that. And we expected that as well.
Everybody's been there, everybody's been stared down by the enemy, falling for the fear and done some disappearing, bow down to the mighty.
Let's start attacking. How can I get to him here? Now we start running because we're up a piece. That was going to be much more dangerous a moment ago. With the rook takes d7. Let's get out of dodge here. I certainly could lose this. Can I? Can I stop these pawns? What's protecting the queen, though? The pawns are the only thing that I'm worried about. He may get his material back if I'm not careful. It'll be a little bit more difficult to get his material back. Don't tell me I might draw this game again. Well, that was kind of him. It was absolutely kind of him to let me have a shot at this. I just have to decide in what way am I going to stop his pawn from queening. It is a little bit dangerous. I need to be able to reach c7. If it's a draw, it's a draw. The moves will decide, the chess will speak for itself. I am looking for an Oasis an Oasis cover. If you can find an Oasis cover, that would be great. Does he have time? That's the question that he's asking himself.
Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away.
Should I have checked first? The bummer.
Call me, babe, if you need a friend. I just wanna give you love. Come on, come on, come on. Reaching out to you, so take a chance. No matter where you go, you know you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me.
All right, moment of truth, everybody.
Call away. Come along with me and don't.
I may not have a win here, but I might have a win.
I just wanna set you free. Come on, come on, come on. You and me can make it anywhere. For now, we can stay here for a while. 'Cause you know, I just wanna see you smile. No matter where you go, you know you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away.
Oh no,
You're weak,
dude.
be strong. I'm gonna keep
This is no longer
moving on.
a loss.
Won't be long, darling. When you feel like hope is gone, just run into my arms. I'm
Oh, is that what he's saying? He's saying that it's a draw?
away. I'll be there to save
All right, moment of truth.
the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one. I'm only one call away. I'll be
Hmm. You may be correct that it might be a draw.
Superman got
Darn it.
nothing
I needed both pawns. H5 was the move to secure the win.
call away. I'm only one call away.
游山某宁远船儿去江湖滩，愁着多有两三担风的手难。雨尽随风如潮，处处映狂澜。为手照三生小姐醉了。远方几乎回首，明月满青山。天地鸟一起满踏至长安。灯影泛酒斟暖，满座君贪欢。众人含糊一散入云岸。为此间江湖年少偏爱纵横天下，恩仇趁年华，轻剑快马。红尘为破也无声牵挂，只恋生杀，醉一轮斗心事这话。游山某宁远船儿去江湖滩，愁着多有两三相逢皆恨晚。檐上双窗边月，唯我留一盏。过
This nation owes you a huge debt.
Yeah. To the bitter end, folks. To the bitter end. Nippon. Nippon Strong. Thank you for following. Amy Michelle. Great to see you. I am FIDE trainer, National Master John MacArthur. Please follow us and join our Discord. You may join the dojo here, as well as, and definitely the first two links are very important, on our socials. Please sign up for the YouTube as well. Socials, Instagram, Twitter, pretty please. I was making one last attempt. I didn't sacrifice my queen. I went to a king and pawn ending. I do want to analyze that game later to see if I could win. There was no win there. We were going to reach a 3-time repetition in another X amount of time. I could not get my king into the game because of his rook on f4. It was a good fortress.
Dad, are you not going into the city now?
I am. Taking the train in about 45 minutes.
Oh.
Arrgh. That did slow me down. Can I at least get on the podium? I need another game if I'm going to get on the podium. Randir with his berserk is not here for me. Alright, moment of truth. We only have this much time. It is a good plan. That much is true. Whoa. He's limiting my expansion in the center. That much is true. My bishop, unfortunately, is history. Scared me there for a moment. Let's start trying to undermine the center just a wee bit. Forced. Yes, no white squared bishop. E3 is very weak. Yes, E3 is very weak. How do we challenge the bishop? Uh-huh.
What can make me whole again?
What?
Nothing but the blood of Jesus. Oh, precious is the flow that makes
We are overworked and in trouble. I'm running out of time. It's time to sack the exchange. All right, we found one of those again. All right, Arden. That one's gonna have to go. Wow, I didn't lose the exchange on that deal. Uh-oh, I forgot. I'm just being run out of time. Nicely done, sir. All of my hard-earned writing points for the day gambled on a Berserk game, just one time. Good morning, Robert. How are you, man? Oh well, we gambled and we lost. Cecile Hosternot of Switzerland. Last game going. She is gaining. Ouch. We're facing mate in too many ways. Yeah, this is the problem. We need bishop e3. Bishop e3 may save us. But it's not pretty. All right, so now the material's equal, but we are up a pawn. I was actually looking at c3, that last move, rather than doubling rooks, but I don't blame you for wanting to double rooks. Also, you need to crack open the king side with f5. Yes, very good. Be careful about allowing that rook into the game. I didn't think we were going to take, but we have knight e4. I was thinking that we could try to double on that side of the board. But you didn't want to exchange your active rook. Don't get mated on the back rank. No, you just move your king closer. There are too many things being attacked here. Now black unfortunately has a That's correct. 2-1 on the king side. Now try not to move that pawn. You had many more fortress possibilities by not moving the pawn, by the way. Don't make pawn moves in the endgame unless you have a very specific purpose for doing so. The further up the board your opponent's pawns come, the more room you have in the rear to counterattack them from behind. Repeat. Rinse, repeat. Oh no, don't, you stepped away. You have to keep your king on that side of the pawn. Rook to f2 won the pawn. I'm sorry, rook to g2 on that check won the pawn. So make sure that you don't step your king to e3, otherwise you lose the pawn. Nice work though, Arena. This is why we don't move our pawn, because with the pawn on g2 we had a definite draw in the king and pawn ending. But in this position, it's a little bit more tricky and tedious, but it is a draw. But you have to be more careful. This is one of those where you just have to know the king and pawn ending to prevent the king from coming in. You can't trade rooks. You can't trade rooks until you improve your king position. Black's king gets the diagonal opposition. Yeah, avoid trading rooks and it's a draw. There's no way in for the opponent. You have too much force, and the greater amount of material on the board keeps the small advantage of the extra pawn very small.
With no point of reference,
Thought it was possible to win through Zugzwang, but yeah. It was an interesting endgame. No nonsense. How are you? With the queen on c5 and promoting work for him. One moment. No, it was just going to be the same thing. Check, king h2, rad dude from back there. Just going back in the time. No, he was winning at one point, so I'm very thankful that the game ended in a draw. Just keep tempoing with your rook. Don't allow him rook c2, rook e3. This is good. Keep tempoing with your king. Actually, it's not good. We needed to keep tempoing with the king. You have to go after the f5 pawn now. Wow, Eriquito. Great win in the king and pawn ending. If that pawn were not on g3, we could defend this, by the way. Because of all of the stalemate tricks. The moment they take this pawn, the greater a likelihood we have of drawing the game. What? Don't resign. Don't resign. There's still some chances to draw in this position. There are a few drawing tricks in this position. Not a lot, but there are a few drawing chances in this endgame. Yeah. It's true. If you're looking at the result of the arena, it doesn't matter. But I noticed that you waited for the arena to run out to see if the arena time would save the game for you. On cheese.com, you don't get any credit for your game, whether you're winning or losing or drawing, because they abort all the games at the end of the arena, and I really dislike that. Did you? Nachmanson Gambit game? Was it the third game or the last game? Let's see, Ron Hay. I can't tell what color anybody is. All right. Moment of truth, everyone. All right. So Ron Hay. Rook to d4 and rook over now? Oh, rook to d4 and rook over now, I think. You have to probably try to build the pressure on the king side. Can you do that? If the queen ever leaves us, his king will be exposed. You have plenty of opportunities here. But it's true, if you exchange the rooks, then you're in business. Yeah, you should not lose this game down in exchange. Oh no, the weakness on h3. You may need to return the exchange. No! We can no longer stop that pawn, can we? Rook h5. How do we lose this game? h4. And you move your king back and forth. h4, you move your king back and forth. King f2 should do. No, you don't get greedy. You sometimes just have to play within the rules. So basically, king f2, and he has e3 check, which unfortunately loses for white because you take this pawn. So there's nothing to be afraid of here, if that's what you were worried about. And Ron is one who will accommodate. If you want to play a certain opening, we have enough players in the dojo who definitely take the hero request. Yeah, where did I throw away my game? The draw? That really beat me up. So c5, c3 question mark. So my exchange Slav is better for black now, much better for black. e6. Just e6. I'm always concerned about this possibility, but I forgot about my bishop on f5, and the knight on e4 negates that. So I'm just up a pawn, and I would be clearly better here. So as it turns out, so we got a arena 2. This was a question mark move. Queen h5 was the move that I was afraid of most. Absolutely. Queen takes c6 might have been better. No, queen takes c6, rook to c1, and the bishop escapes on c7. So I'm definitely up a piece in this particular position, and all I have to do is back it up. Just back it up. Double rooks, and I should be okay. Because I have, if he tries to take this pawn with 2 rooks, then I have a rook and two rooks and a bishop for the queen. I don't know, this doesn't look so easy. But apparently it is. So who am I to judge? Yeah. So meanwhile, back at the ranch, rook on f to c1. Where did I toss it all away? I'm actually losing now because of my king position. And he could have played, instead of queen c7, I thought rook takes d7 was simpler. b5, I should play e5 right away. I need that counterplay. e5, bishop takes, and e takes d4. I'm still losing though. So I guess I should be very thankful. Alright, so now black is winning. Queen to c3. Of course. I can pick up both of those pawns very quickly. Queen to c3, rook to e3, check and takes. And he has no pawn queening. But by moving it, I allowed counterplay. b7. Oh, and then I hung my bishop. Queen to e8 was forced. Or queen to e6. Why couldn't I find either of those? I just hallucinated that I always had check. That was the pawn I was picking up. So here, queen to b, queen to e, and then queen to h1. Because he can't allow queen e1 check. Yeah, queen to B, queen to E4, and then queen to H1 check. And it's not easy, but I have a clear advantage because I drive him out. And he can't play over. As I'm picking up the rook. I have queen to C5 check or queen to B2 check. Oh, he has rook to D3. The pawns are stymied. Does G4 win as well? I would probably play G4. In any event, Irina, thank you. I'll be in touch. Cheers and ciao and thank you. We need to find out where we're headed from here because I have to go into the city for a lesson. Manhattan is calling. Rick Astley for Prime Minister. Cheers and ciao, Irina. It was a pleasure. Namaste. Am I not allowed to say namaste if I'm not Buddhist? Therein lies the tale. That is the question. Kati or namaste? Oh no, I played the whole thing on intermission? No, I forgot to take it off of intermission. C'est la vie. Stuff like that happens, right? Where do we go from here? Do we go to... my New York streamer? My favorite New York streamer? Do you watch AKA Nemsko? It's Irina. She's here in New York. Last time we met up. In my Twitter you can see her recognizing me. I didn't tell her who I was, but she instantly recognized me, which was really, really cool.
별이 빛나는 아름다운 밤이야 이 밤이 영원하길 내 손 잡아봐 푸른 달빛이 아름다운 밤이야 나와 저 하늘을 걸어봐 I'm yours 너만이 나를 설레게 해 I'm out of control I'm yours nobody 대신할 수 없어 날 미치게 해 left 그리고 right 난 나를 흔들어 let's go night
Alright, and we are off. Cheers everyone, and thank you. Let's run our ending credit screen just to acknowledge those raids. I don't necessarily know how much time we have to acknowledge those raids, but we will see. Have a great day, everyone. Cheers, ciao, and thank you.